Welcome everybody to iSNF season opener. Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. We're getting ready to do 500 miles here at this monster of a track. High speed racing, big time wrecks. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and take a look at the season's drivers. Alrighty, so that was a look at your current drivers for this season. A lot of familiar names, people that have raced with the league for quite some time. Um, this track is known for the big one. This is your broadcaster, Francisco Villarreal, and in the booth with me today, Mr. Thomas Stanley. How's your day going, Thomas?
Better than these guys, I can say that.
Yeah, this track and the length of it, it's gonna be a grueling, just grind of a race. And the reason for that is, other tracks you gotta use the brake, you gotta use, be familiarized with people around you. Here, you're full throttle, constantly worrying about that checkup. And another thing is, if you don't have a comfy chair, your back's gonna be hurting by the end of this.
I was gonna say they got 200 laps. It's gonna be.
Oh, for sure. Speaking of 200 laps, let's go ahead and take a look at the race info for this race. As we have our, let me show this info real quick. Like you mentioned, it was 200 laps. I do know we do have stage breaks at the 60 lap mark and 120 lap mark, as well as if there is a caution that comes out within 5 laps to the end of a stage, it will be the official stage end, as well as the pits closing 2 laps prior to each stage break. They do have 8 extra sets of tires, even though at this track I really do believe they will probably only use 1, 2 max. 100% fuel load, obviously, since it's a full length race. They do have 1 fast repair, which will come in handy. A 25x max incident limit. All the weather you see here is realistic. This is what you would see at the actual Daytona at this time of day. 4 bonus points for each driver who runs the actual scheme that the drivers are running in their real life Daytona 500. And 3 bonus points will be handed out to drivers who finish with a 0x. And some hometown heroes for this week are Brian Chu and Justin A. Barkley. Speaking of which, Brian Chu being voted your most popular driver from last season. And they did get rid of bonus points for leading a lap, pole position, and the most laps led. Now I am seeing that Mr. Stanley here cannot be heard.
Yep, I am trying to fix it.
So give me a quick second while I'll go ahead and take care of the grid. I'll fix this during the race real quick. As we take a look at our grid for today's race, Taylor Butcher Benjamin on the pole for today's race. As y'all know, since there was no qualifying this race, the duels replaced it. And since Taylor Butcher Benjamin did post the fastest qualifying time, he earned the pole. Brady Shue winning duel 1, taking 2nd place. James Bowles winning duel number 2 in 3rd. John Hopley starting in 4th. Dawson Wise in the 16 starting in 5th. Mike Hamlin in the 19 starting 6th. Blake Lothian in the 14 starting 7th. Jackson Carr in the 33 running 8th. Joshua Grasso in the 38 running 9th. Clarence Prince in the 21 running 10th. Kiko Garcia in the 44 starting 11th. Tristan Rivers in the 41 starting 12th. We do have more coming up. We got Giovanni Osario in the 62 starting 13th. Christian Van Maastricht, I hope I pronounced that correctly, in the 17 starting 14th. Rhea Ferris, the league owner, the big boss, in the 12 starting 15th. Fernando Vinales in the 66 starting 16th. Michael Hagstrom in the 27 starting 17th. Eugene Thorne in the 34 starting 18th. Michael Iskandar in the 1 starting 19th. Jeff Weimer in that 2 starting 20th. Zach Phillips in the 31 starting 21st. Angel Hernandez in the 6 starting 22nd. Dave Seats in the 45 starting 23rd. Matty Moniak in the 4 starting 24th. Next up we got Jason Ricketts in the 9 starting 25th. Rodney Roberts in the 8 starting 26th. Ethan Wolf in the 77 starting 27th. Jalen Battle, your last season's champion, looking for a repeat in the 24 starting 28th. Bob Wyckoff in the 78 starting 29th. Brian Chu in the 54 starting 30th. Charles Robertson in the 20 starting 31st. Joey Maines in the 42 starting 32nd. Mark Gonzalez in the 96 starting 33rd. Casey Tomlinson in the 3 starting 34th. Steven Sear in the 5 starting 35th. Isaac Wilson in the 43 starting 36th. Next up we got Jonas Gunnarsson in the 10 starting 37th, who's actually replacing me because I was in that 10 ride, but as you see, I'm up in the broadcast booth now. Jesus Juan Menendez in the 55 starting 38. Derek D. Cook in the 7 starting 39. Brian Treadwell in the 47 starting 40th. Justin A. Barkley in the 50 starting 41st. Next we got Alex Wegert in the 26 starting 42nd. Christian Delgado in the 79 starting 43rd. Austin A. Cook, former champion of the league, in the 84 starting 44. Jonas Goglin in the 96 starting 45th. Griffin Williams in the 00 starting 46. Davey Hendricks in the 49 starting 47th. Linus Brostrom, good to see him back, in the 30 at starting 48. Next up we got, actually that concludes our field for today's race. That is a lot of drivers, if I do say so myself. As we are getting ready to do our formation lap.
What, 48 drivers?
48 drivers.
It's a big field.
That it is a very big field. As this is the formation lap. All those beautiful cars coming into frame. Oh, this is going to be a fun race for everybody involved, hopefully. I appreciate all the viewers coming out, showing support to this league, the broadcast, everybody. And hopefully we have a great time. Clean racing, long green flag runs, and hopefully some green flag pit stops. As these guys, I believe they're gonna go around one more time, do a little parade lap. Now, me personally, I've raced with all these drivers, had great experience with everybody. Looking forward to an amazing season with them, even if I am up in the booth. But I do gotta say, if I were to choose a favorite for this race, I don't know. I think I'm gonna go out there, chat, and to everybody watching this race, I'm gonna choose a driver that qualifies good here, does well, and we've all seen him, Mr. John Hopley. I have a feeling that he's gonna get a win here. Now, tell me, go ahead and tell me, chat, who y'all think is who's y'all's favorite picks for today.
So you're picking Mr. John Hopley.
I am indeed. Now, I believe I did get the I want to say I got the audio corrected. If somebody can confirm that for me, I'd be much appreciated. As we are about to go green, coming to start finish line, Mr. Bernie waving the white flag, Taylor Butcher Benjamin leading him to the green flag, and here we go. Off to another great season. Let's have some fun. As green flag is taken, as we see is double file. Now here's interesting about this track. I want to say if you could get that high line formed up very nicely, the high line can dominate. But as we see now, you have to get a couple people, but you also have to have a solid grouping. Because if you have a few people up there on the outside and you really can't stick to their bumper, you really don't get that momentum altogether, and it kind of, you know, kills the momentum. The outside starts to fall back and everybody starts diving to the bottom. And I believe people are finally hearing you, but they are saying you are low, so I think I have fixed that mistake. I appreciate the feedback, as we already see a secondary pack kind of falling back. But, I mean, we're seeing it here. The overall just a single file towards the front, maintaining their line. Kind of holding pace, just not trying to get in trouble early on. They do have a fast repair, but I mean, I know me in this situation, I would want to hold on to that fast repair till the very end, because you know how racy it can get. For sure. Now, I believe that second pack is around 30th is what it's looking like. Now, that is, I've always said that there's three strategies you can actually go with at this track. You have the guys that want to be up front, want to lead, stay ahead of the Rex, basically. You got the guys that think the back is the safest place, and then you have guys like me that basically want to run the middle of the pack, where in between the two packs.
Four cars from Eugene to what is it? Griffin, all in a line, running 42nd to 45th right now. So
let's go ahead and take a look at last season's champion Jalen Battle, see where he's at currently. He's currently sitting in 11th, right there on that bottom line, actually on the outside line. This is actually quite good racing. Lap 6 of 200. Now, I am being told that I am talking to myself through broadcast, apparently. I thought I had taken care of that issue. Apparently not. My apologies to everyone involved. If at any point you all do hear him, please let me know. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle out of the 16 coming out of that corner. We are starting to see that high line start to form. Now, one thing I will say about these cars is if you're not careful, on the exit of these turns, these cars start to break loose. If for anybody that's ever raced on this track in iRacing in general, you will know exactly what I'm talking about, where if you turn the wheel just a little too much, that back end slips out, gets off from under you, and you are in for a ride.
I will say that second pack from 30th on back is pretty formed.
I think the reason that they are on, I think they're going to start closing a gap if they stick well together. And the reason I say that is the guys, that front pack is starting to get side by side, while these guys, like you said, are formed up, single file, just pushing each other. And remember, the gap you want to be within is 1 second. Within 1 second, you are in the person draft, and you're able to carry that speed. So far, we have some big movers. Looking at it so far, Mr. Joey Maines is our biggest mover as of right now, up 20 to around the 20-21 spot range. Now,
Yeah, you got Jalen and Rodney, both are up there as well.
now I do want to say, although this is a super speedway, pit strategy does play a factor. Because, oh, the number 12 rear
Ooh,
Ferris.
I got a wreck.
I saw that happen. I think I know exactly what happened. Oh, that was a nasty hit.
So do I.
If I'm not
James got a little
mistaken,
bit of a run.
see here. Taking a look, I believe what happened is the 48 was bumping the 12. 12 moved in down a little bit. 48 tried to follow and just got hooked into that wall, collecting up the 21. Good news is they do have a faster fare. Bad news is more than likely I stand corrected because these cars are built strong. You could take some hard hits and not be down on power, and yet once you get the damage fixed, it's like you're good, practically a brand new car. The only way these cars get ruined is if you mess up the toe link by, you know, hitting it at the wrong angle, ruining the tires practically falling off. But that seems to be the benefit of having such a strong car. So hopefully, you know, the damage isn't to extent you don't have to use the fast repair. Me personally, if you don't have a meatball, save that fast repair, come in, get your damage fixed, come back out and stick in that draft.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, we've all done it. We all make that little tiny mistake coming off of turn 4 like that. You get such a good run. Kind of know where to go at that moment.
That's the you know, it really is unfortunate for that simple fact of the fast repair, because now once you use that fast repair, you gotta be so much more careful, so much more careful. But looking at it like this, it's more of a, I don't know, sometimes I feel like getting rid of your fast repair is better because you're, like I said, you're more careful. You're not pushing it. You're not putting yourself in those risky situations.
I mean, to be fair, I'd rather drive without a quick fix in my pocket than with it. But that's kind of my thought process.
Me personally, I'm the same way. The only reason I like a fast repair is for the simple fact that, you know, we all have that one instance where it in a unfortunate situation, maybe scrape a wall a little too hard and stuff like that. Because I know, just like I said, these cars are tanks, but any little damage can definitely ruin your race. So, to my understanding, you are being heard, but your mic seems to be cutting, so that might be just a little adjustment I need to make. Hopefully, I have fixed it.
I was gonna say, I've went through all my settings, so I definitely checked to make sure it wasn't fully on my side, but I'm no tech genius, so.
But yes, they did go quite a bit of laps without a caution, and pretty good reason, as Taylor Butcher Benjamin is still leading this race, while Kiko Garcia is in second and at 44. Oh, I think we have solved the mystery of your mic. We're good. As they are approaching.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
There we go. As we're approaching a restart. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a restart zone in this league, correct?
I think so. I'm going to be real honest. I have no idea. Let me look real quick.
Because I know they did implement this last season, but I know there was, you know, anybody that's done iRacing knows that the restart zone can be very, very tiresome with the black flags randomly given to second. But as we see Jalen Battle make a move to the outside, trying to lead that high line pack and actually take the lead. He's going to drop to the bottom. Brian Chu. Staying on the high line, taking over.
It does look like their restart zone is on.
Alrighty. It'll be interesting to see if anybody does have iRacing difficulties with that. But Brian Chu leading the field. Now Brian Chu is as we have a wreck in the back of the field.
Ooh, wreck.
Oh, that was a big wreck. Caution is out. Let's see if I can find that in here real quick. I believe I saw the 55 involved in that. Let's take a look and see what happened here. Oh, I think I saw what happened. Yep, a little case of... Oh, man. Yikes, that was not good. So, by the looks of it, the 26 comes down trying to side draft the 78 and gets a little too close. Hooks up. Could have been a little bit of netcode, actually. So, let me take a look at a better angle here for you all. I want to say it was... Yeah, it was. Netcode brought them together, hooked them, and then... I'm not sure what happened with the 26 after that, though, because he came back on track and took out the 19 and another vehicle as well. Now that we're under caution, I do want to say we do have something new here to iSNF, where we can actually take a look at our drivers. So let's go through the field with some of them, and the first one we're going to bring up is Mr. Tristan Rivers, who is currently entering pits. That's actually, first one is Mr. Hopley, to my mistake. My apologies. Currently looking for him in my... No, that's Mr. Hamlin. Next one up is, let's see, where is Mr. Hopley? There we go. Actually, my mistake. I mentioned that Hopley got taken out earlier. I'm mistaken. I was so used to seeing John Hopley in the 19, I thought he was still in the 19. No, Mr. Hopley is in the 23. He is good. The person in the 19 is Mr. Mike Hamlin, who got caught up in that wreck. But here you see Mr. Hopley in his car, giving you a better view as to how he's driving, and like the surrounding area as well. It's an interesting look, being able to see how people, the different positions people sit in, how they look, and all that factor. Taking a look inside his cockpit point of view.
I'm a little ashamed he's not wearing his helmet.
Very true, very true. We got some Hopley fans in the chat. Next up, let's take a look at Mr. Zach Phillips. There you see Mr. Zach Phillips Sr. Oh, he actually races in VR. Very interesting. Like I said, this also shows how people actually race, because there are many different ways a person can race with either triple monitor, single monitor, VR, and it's interesting to see all these differences and how well people drive with them as well. Next up, actually, I believe we are going to go towards the green flag, so I shall show the rest of the field next caution, our next break we have, as we still have majority of this race to go.
I will say it looks like a couple JGR cars finally made it to the front.
Well, I did mention how one of them being Brian Chu, who is bringing a to the green flag, and we are back racing. Brian Chu is always towards the front in these races, consistently. A very well plate racer, basically. Actually, Speedway, super Speedway racer, even though it's super Speedway. But I think people are starting to realize that high line is a preferred line, because we're seeing that high line form very good. If they as we get a wreck.
Looked like Mr. John Hopley was involved in that one, unfortunately.
Yes, unfortunately, I think I did see Mr. Hopley get caught up in that one. Let's see what happened here. It's going to go a little bit of a slow. I want to say, by the looks of that, right off the bat, 47 expected the 23 to be a little bit lower. Actually, I'm not too sure what happened there, because here we see him coming out of the corner. Oh, I think I see what happens here. 47 kind of dives out and wants to fall back in line, but that run, that draft and that run is just, it's, you gotta anticipate that run, and he just hooks him, and the 45 coming in and getting collected up in that as well. Now, hopefully honestly, that wreck didn't look too bad, so I want to say they should be good. I want to say. I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't a crazy wreck.
I'd say maybe 2 minutes of repairs. Minute max.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Man, Mr. Who we got up on here? Is that Zach Phillips? Is that who we were showing a minute ago?
That was indeed Mr. Zach Phillips. Now, one other person.
I don't know. He'd be, man, I don't know how he's racing like that. I'd be melting.
I actually agree with you. One thing iRacing in general, it gets heated in the room. So having that on.
Plus VR, it's I want to see how long it takes them before that comes off.
Oh, for sure. Another gentleman that we have on camera today is Mr. Tristan Rivers. Hopefully it allows me to show him. Okay, so with Mr. Tristan Rivers, I believe it's giving me an issue because his is vertical. So I'm going to have to come back to him. Let's take a look at Mr. Isaac Wilson. Who we see in the 43.
Hoping big things out of Isaac in that number 43 car.
Oh, for
always
sure.
A really good super speedway racer.
Yes, he is. Now, you know, a lot of people mention the difference between these next gen cars to the Gen 6. This league did make the transfer over to the next gens. I believe last season was the first season with the next gens. You know, now they have 1 year under the belt. Should be interesting to see the difference in driving and having a little bit more experience with these cars.
I am kind of curious, you know. Me and you've both raced in this league. I'm pretty familiar with most of the drivers. You think Austin Cook has used up his tires already yet?
Now, I do know, and this is us because we've raced with Mr. Austin Cook. In races, we've heard him talk about how he burns his tires up. Now, if you, for anybody, if you manage to burn your tires at this track, I will be surprised just because it does wear tires, but you can honestly go quite a long time without tires. And it's actually quite a good strategy because if you take full fuel, you can honestly get in a 2-tire stop, maybe 4. I always do alternating rounds as we see him in, I believe he's in 6th place right there, 3rd in line on the outside row. But with this track, tire wear should not be a factor, but as we see him bumping the 42 under caution.
He's lucky it's his teammate.
I was about to say.
I will say, Mr. Justin Barkley is slowly but surely getting up towards that top 10.
Yes, he is, as Mr. Brian Chu still leading this field. Coming to the Geico restart zone, leading him to the green flag. Here we go, back to racing. Ooh, as we see a little dooring there between the 38 and the 84. Jalen Battle wasting no time to go to the outside. Now, you mentioned Mr. Justin Barkley, and he is working his way up there, middle of the pack. Now, another driver that seems to be working his way up was Charles Roberson, who I believe started 4th. But
he started 2nd on that restart, coming from the 31st position, so...
Now, the biggest mover so far is indeed Mr. Austin Cook, who's up 41 spots.
Looks like we got a caution.
I believe that was Jackson Carr. What happened here? Oh. I think it was clear to see what happened there. As I mentioned before the race started, the checkups. Anticipate the checkups. And 5 checked up. 47 got to the 33. Sent him into the 5, and that wreck took its place.
I will say that 47 definitely keeping that Ricky Spinhouse name alive.
Number 47 being Brian Treadwell. Now, the logos you do see below their photo is actually the teams they are associated with. So if you see 2 different people with the same logo, that means they're teammates. And especially at this track, comes in very handy to have teammates to work with. Alrighty, so let's see who we got. One thing I do like about iSNF as well is it's a very diverse league. We have people from the United States, Spain. I believe I see a Mexican flag here. Canada, Ireland. I believe we also have from...
I think there's a South American somewhere.
Quite a bit. It's very diverse group of drivers. Going through the field. Michael Hagstrom sitting in 13th, up 4 spots. Griffin Williams, who's right in front of him, up 34 spots. As I look at chat, I want to say we appreciate all the support. Watching the race, showing support to these drivers, the league. You know, speaking of the league, let's take a look at our league owner, Miss Rhea Ferris. We see her in that nice 12. Now, she did use her fast repair earlier, so she should be good on speed, no damage. Error should be perfectly fine. But at this track, I always say expect the unexpected.
I 100% agree with you on that one. With this track, even though there could be a wreck quite a ways up in front of you, you definitely got to worry about people behind you.
Going back up towards the front of the pack, we got Jalen Battle, who's leading this race. Like I mentioned, he was last season's series champion. I've raced against him a bunch. Battle against him a bunch.
Looks like we got a wreck under caution. It looks like the 55 and John Hopley got into it.
Take a look right here. Oh, I don't think it's gonna kill me. Come on. Nice. I don't think it's gonna allow me to. Fortunately, I could not reach. I believe they blinked out for a quick second, so it did not allow me to take a look at that. We head back to the front of the field.
So this is my question. I want to know from everyone watching, even you, first race of the season, who do you have as your champion? First race.
Oh. First race of the season, who do I gotta choose for a champion? I know one driver I gotta put up there just because the man is consistent, is Jalen Battle. But man. I think I'm gonna have to stick with Jalen. I think that's gonna be my choice.
I'm gonna have to go with Brian Chu. I think this is gonna be. I think my top three is gonna be Brian, Jalen, or Angel for the championship this year. I feel like Brian. I feel like Brian is definitely up there.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a part of Brian's race, the JGR camp, I believe 2 seasons ago when I won 3 seasons ago when I won the championship, and he's a very consistent driver. Gets caught up in a few wrecks time to time, but usually he's there and getting good finishing positions. As I see, Austin Cook just loves to play games as he's pushing the 24. Now, I really do hope for some green flag pit stops so we can get an estimate as to truly how far these drivers can go. As we approach the Geico restart zone, Jalen Battle leading them. Green flag is out, and you see how Jalen Battle gets a good restart. That inside line kind of gains a position. Now, the issue with that is most tracks, you want the gap right off the bat. This track, you don't want any gap. as we see Jalen going straight to the top. Joey Main's all over his bumper, pushing him to its limits. One thing about this track that really isn't mentioned is when you get beside someone and you're trying to side draft them, there's this little suction that happens, and it actually you can hold your car perfectly straight, but the moment you get side drafted, your car starts to lean to that direction of wherever you're side drafting or getting side drafted from. Clarence Prince running in around the top 10 area. Going through the field, let's see. Take a look at a friend of ours, Mr. Angel Hernandez. Driving that 6 car, running his race, being careful. Angel's another one of those drivers that's very consistent, very fast, knows his stuff.
Very few mistakes.
That is very true. Another driver that's very, very fast is that 48, Mr. James Bowles.
Yep, as I always say, Mr. Bowl Cleaner. Great guy. Definitely is definitely fast.
They actually fell back from that main pack. And the person leading that pack is Casey Tomlinson. At this point, though, I wouldn't have done that move of going to the outside. For the simple fact, battling each other is really going to set them back.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Over here in this front pack seems to have sorted itself out a little bit. A little double file towards the front, but middle back of this pack, organized, clean, just riding around, counting down these laps. The biggest thing at this track is the checkups. If you're running super tight, pushing the limits of these cars, in general, a lot of these tracks, it comes down to anticipating the driver in front of you moves. And we do have quite a bit of new drivers, from my understanding. A good amount of people that I don't, whose names are not too familiar with.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one. There's a few of them that I'm unsure of.
Got one of our admin, Mr. Matty Moniak, who, as a matter of fact, has his camera.
That's a That could be a scary, scary thought.
It is vertical, so please forgive. But there you see Mr. Moniak on the screen. Now, since I got it working now, let's take a look at Mr. Zach Phillips. I think I've gotten it. And since he is in the middle of this big pack, let's take a look at what he sees as they go around this massive track. Oh! That was a wreck, but no caution, I believe, because they are under the white line. I believe that all started with Mr. Austin Cook. What happened here? Oh, like this fart chase. Not sure what happened there. I don't know if the run just carried him off that yellow line. Actually, I think he thought he was clear on that high side and came up and hooked the one. Either way, unfortunate for the drivers that were involved.
It actually looked like he got a real big bump from his teammate.
Ah, I see, and sent him up the track a little bit.
Yep. Not saying that is what went down, but definitely kind of has that feel to it just by looking at it.
As we see Jalen Battle back in front of this race, Brian Chu sitting behind him. Now we see everybody, even though there is no inside line, they're running that high line. Like I mentioned, the high line is dominant at this track. If you get a solid group of drivers to run it, consistent, and are also very patient. Because if you're a patient driver, you should have no issue running these laps down, getting ahead. And we saw how that one incident broke up this huge pack into two separate packs, separating the top 10 from the rest of the field.
I would say don't look now, but Taylor Butcher Benjamin and Rhea have linked up. Two teammates right there.
I was about to say they are actually Penske teammates in that 22 and 12.
Not too far is you have the 17 and of Chris V and Angel in the 6.
I will say this pack is filled with some really good drivers. It's just a matter of if they work well together. Don't try and fight one another, just stay in line, push each other, and try to gain time on this pack up front.
I will say Mr. Matty Moniak has his team running on the line in the back. Just trying to get the laps done.
And to be honest, this whole beginning portion of the race, it's a matter of surviving. All it takes is one caution, and then that's it. Like, everybody's bunched up right back to one another.
And I will say, I mean, for most, I mean, you were part of the JGR freight train that happened a couple years ago that just kind of stuck in the line and as teammates and pretty much slapped the whole field.
You are actually correct. That was actually at Talladega. It was me, David, Brian Chu, Landon Mills, and I believe the other driver was Travis. Yes, it was.
It was Travis. Mr. Travis himself.
We head back to this thing. Ooh, it looks like Brian's gonna. Actually, I was about to say it looked like Brian was trying to take a little peek, but yeah, I'll just fall back in line.
I mean, at this stage of the race, if I was out there, I would, I'd really just kind of want to just ride around.
You know what I'm noticing though? The drivers that are leading right now, Jalen Battle, Brian Chu, and Charles Roberson, they haven't pit at all this whole race, while the rest of the field pitted around like lap 10 or 11. This will give us a good estimate as to where the fuel window is and how far they can truly go.
This is true. I mean, I will say though, those three up front, they haven't pitted, but they all started around the same spot. So might be a little strategy in there.
Now, as they come around to turn one, I'm going to take us a lap around with them and show you exactly how it looks. They are coming down and pitting at this moment. Ooh, nearly a little contact between the 54 and the 24.
I will say it does look like Joey Maines took a black flag on that one. Like too fast entering pit road.
Seemed like Jalen's gonna lose a little bit of position. Brian Chu was able to hold off. That was a big group of cars.
Oh, looked like the 16 got a little sideways coming out of pit road.
Oh, I think 60. I was about to say I think he had a little bit of an issue. Now that is one thing to look at is, like I mentioned, the tires don't wear. You can get away with not taking tires, but when you exit pit road and you gotta take this turn to get, because you can't rejoin right away. You have to go around turn 1 and 2 and rejoin back on the backstretch. When that happens, you're risking getting loose, and basically like what happened to the 16 is losing control of the car. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if they pitted lap 45, so if 45 is the absolute limit you can go, I think I heard a car on a wall.
Yeah, the 99 was up in the wall, and
as I was saying, if we go by based on 45 lap runs, the guys that just pitted at lap 45, they're gonna be short. They're gonna have to make one more stop. While I think the guys that pitted lap 25, 15, they can get away with making one less stop than the guys that just pitted lap 45. As a 21 was wiggling quite a bit right now.
That is, I definitely agree with you on that. But don't forget, lap 60 is stage. So they got about 12 more laps, and
That's actually a very good point. Very good point.
and I mean, out front you got Isaac and Justin Barkley. They've raced around each other for a while. They know each other quite well.
Dave's seats on my screen is what showed wrecked. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Let's see. As I try and see if I can. I'm trying to turn into it. By any chance, do you see anybody that was around him? Because I believe for some reason it's not allowing me to show him.
Give me a second. I'm having a struggle same way you are. I think it's because there's too many cars out on the track here.
I believe it kind of. So it's the 45.
It looked like he.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to click onto him.
Same with me. I can click on him. It gets to around when the caution should have came out, and then he just kind of disappears off my screen.
That could be a server thing. Like with so many cars, I do know that some cars kind of like what it looks like it's a blinking in and out type situation.
Ooh, Isaac fakes out Barkley.
Now, by the looks of it, we have 20 viewers over on YouTube. We appreciate all the support. Feel free to subscribe to the channel, as I believe this will be. Actually, I won't say anything. I shall stay quiet. But we look forward to hopefully doing this for the future. Now, with that caution, I wonder if it. This is a big track, so going a lap down when pitting isn't too bad. Or it's not very common, unless you lose control or anything like that. But if you do have a bad pit stop, you do lose that pack, and you do start to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, that it's so hard to get on and off a pit road here. Not even all, mainly just for the fact that you're coming in real hot. You got a lot of speed. You got to make sure you don't lock them up. Coming off, you got to watch going around the corner, turn 1 and 2, so you don't spin.
For anyone wondering, as well as to Mr. Tristan Rivers, driver of the 41, I am trying to bring his camera up, but unfortunately, it is giving me issues. I am not sure on why, but I was seeing. I will say it's very interesting because these drivers are getting mixed around so quickly. I see some drivers at the front. Next thing I know, they're middle, back of the pack, and quite crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Rhea's back up there, setting 7th. I do want to. You can never count him out. He's kind of like one of those rabbits that just kind of appears. Davey.
Yeah,
He
David.
running 8th right now. Granted, this super speedway, he's always good at these tracks. Kind of curious if he's going to be racing any other races.
Davey's another driver I had experience racing with, whether it's actually I never raced with him here. It was always in another league. Oh, there's a wreck under caution. What happened there? You see, I believe it is a server issue.
I was going to say, because it popped up on my thing, but it ain't showing nothing for me.
He lost. It's like he just lost control, or that was very odd.
I will say, though, with that little hiccup, it looks like they extended it a couple laps, make sure everyone can catch up.
Yeah, not. I don't know. That didn't look like an intentional, right? That looked more like a technical difficulty, maybe.
I mean, what was that? The 77 or 78 in the 16. I would have to say technical, like maybe a technical difficulty. I don't think they've been around each other all race to really, I guess you could say, have, as Ree always says, have the beef.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too happy if that happened to me, right? But at the end of the day, if it was an incident, well, I'd understand. As they approach the restart zone, Isaac Wilson leading them, and green flag is out. Isaac getting a good run.
The restart zone has collected its first victim.
Who got the black flag?
Mr. Michael Haxton.
I believe they are clearing that black flag for the simple reason that iRacing is pretty
Woo! Looking like 4 or 5 wide, a couple in the back here.
At least somebody got into a wall or something.
Hey, it kind of looked like probably got a little bump coming off the turn 4.
Actually, it was Joey Baines. He's in the pits.
Oh. hit the wall. I mean, that's throw him under the bus here and say that's nothing new for him.
Ooh, 3 wide. We haven't seen a lot of 3 wide, have we?
We have not, which I'm okay with, just for the simple fact that long race, they're only on lap 55.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's barely lap 55. It's still a matter of just running down the laps, being patient, being there at the end. As I say that, they are 3 wide. Oh, they touched the 22, and I believe that is the 62.
He's getting a little swirly. Oh, 27-43. 79's also involved.
Oh, that
20's involved.
that was
Brian Chu's involved.
That was a decent sized wreck. 3 wide. Just as I was mentioning, not having that much 3 wide, we are 3 wide. See, 43 comes up. Rolls back down. Comes back up into the 27. They get hooked, and then
Not exactly sure what happened with the 40. Was it the 45? Yeah, might have been the 54.
there was
It was a
another.
Monster Energy car.
Yeah, it was it was a 45,
And the
but there was
20 got
a
involved.
wreck further up ahead. Take a look at that. Where is the 45?
Because I know right around now is where Isaac gets a little wiggly.
I see what happened. So 38 and the 50, they both have 2 wheels on the track, 2 wheels on the apron. And we all know what happens with this track. Get your car completely sideways, and that's exactly what happened at 38. But there was a wreck further up. Oh, same thing.
Downside is it Charles Robertson looks like he has the meatball, so I really is gonna take him out of contention right now. Unless he wants to use he's going ahead and using that quick fix.
Yeah, once you get a meatball, it's you gotta use that fast repair. Now, I will say, been a very entertaining race. Nothing too crazy, but yet not follow the leader like we typically see at super speedways with a large amount of laps. Just very calm, aggressive racing. Few mistakes here and there, but I mean, considering this is a full Daytona 500, I believe this is what, our 5th, 6th caution?
Something like that. Hasn't been too horrible.
I even think we had green flag pit stops.
We had a start, yep. I don't think everyone pitted quite yet.
Now, since we are riding along, let's go ahead and bring Mr. Hopley back onto the screen.
Was just about to say we should pop up Mr. Hopley.
I will say I like that Indianapolis Motor Speedway flag.
Yeah, yeah. Not gonna lie. After watching a couple of his YouTube videos, I'm really surprised he's not rocking the full-on Ferrari coat.
Oh, that's gotta be too hot for something like that. Cause
I mean, I could see it being real hot, but I mean, with him living up in what is it, Ontario, Canada, I'm sure it's probably not very warm up there compared to you living in Texas, getting
very
all the nice
true.
warm weather.
No, it's not nice. It is hot. But yeah, that's Mr. John Hopley. Been a part of the league for quite some time.
That he has. Last year he was running the 19 car. He really picked it up, coming from the Gen 6 cars. So he's looking to do big things.
As we're going back green, I won't lie you, very unorganized in the back that I thought we still had one to go. As you see, the 41 jumped to the high line right away. Ooh, 84 and the 91 nearly caused a wreck.
I will say, Matty has his Ford team running up there, starting to pull away. Even the 10, he's almost up there with them to link up. So
Yes, he is. That's the thing. If you have a very well organized group communicating with one another, you can actually work really well, control both lines and stuff like that. Man, the 84 is moving in and out of lanes.
Yeah, he's a little erratic right now. I don't know what exactly is going on. I don't know if he's having some issues in the, I guess you would say, the cockpit. So
I would like to say you got 4 Fords in the top 5.
yeah, it looks like James and that 48 is kind of splitting them up right now.
Now, I will say, speaking of, winter and temperatures like that, Outdoor Corey Gasper says it's winter in Ontario, and he's 6 hours northwest of John. Man, I would love to have that cold weather. Maybe not that cold, but us were
I
at
was
least
gonna
me.
say, I mean, if you're going, saying Texas is too hot, they're like 110 degrees, I don't think you really want to go. Granted, I don't know about Ontario, how cold it gets. I know another buddy lives up in the upper Peninsula, and it gets down to negative 50 some odd degrees where he lives, so I could only imagine.
Yeah, that's why I said not that cold. While we were talking there was a massive checkup, and I think Matty Moniak realized that, so he said, I'm gonna drop to the back, be safe. But you know who's not dropping back? Rhea Ferris.
I was gonna say, Rhea took over a line. Now she has her teammate dropping down. I think she might be moving. Oh, caution is out.
See what? Oh, I think that was it Joey Maines again? Let's see here. Oh, It
Oh,
it
that.
started in front of him with the 55.
I was gonna say that looks like took out quite a few.
They were 3 wide, 55. Yeah. That was a big wreck.
Negative 10 degrees Celsius. You know what? I don't know exactly what temperature that actually is in Fahrenheit,
Low 20s and
but
the
that just seems
negatives.
really cold. Oh, low 20s? Oh,
Actually, no. Because I think, well, check this out. 35 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius, so subtract like 35 or add 35. So it's 25 at the moment, and then negative 20 is what it can get cold like. That is cold.
I've had a negative 40 degree day, actually a whole week. Granted, they can keep their winters. I don't want them.
Hey, we got another Texas driver in here. Mark Gonzalez out of Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, see, he's coming out of the good part of Texas.
Hey, hey, hey. But 14 is negative 10. Oh, I did my math wrong then. Oh, you know what? Yeah, yeah. You all are right. You're right. Down here, if it gets to 35 degrees, everybody's freaking out.
That's a normal day for us Midwesterners.
You know, speaking of the
In the winter.
coldest, of cold and stuff, I wonder what's the coldest race NASCAR has ever had, like starting temperature.
Ooh, that, you know what? That would actually be a really good,
Trivia question?
yeah, for the broadcasters.
Hey, Lucy, he says Texas is his favorite state. Right on. Does anybody know what's the coldest race NASCAR has ever had? That's an interesting question, and I'm genuinely curious.
Wow. Not gonna say the temperature because want people to try to guess it, but I will say they had 40-mile-an-hour winds along with a cold temperature.
In 1990, Richmond got to negative 25 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. That is with it was like 20 degrees with the 40-mile-an-hour winds. Ended up being it got cold.
That's crazy.
Wind chill of yep, it I mean, I'm all for that. I definitely want to be in the car where it's nice and toasty and warm.
That would honestly, I bet you as a driver, it must feel nice because the car does get warm. But the fans, I watch it on TV.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one.
All right, as we come to the green flag, Jalen Battle back in the lead. Mark Gonzalez in second as they approach the Geico restart zone. And here we go.
5 people ended up getting some black flags. Not exactly sure if they'll get those cleared or not, but does look like the number 5, 41, 16, 9, and the 96 all got a black flag on that restart.
I do believe they will clear them, just because unless you make a move and it's obvious. I believe they are clearing those black flags, to my understanding. Outdoor Corey is surprised with the 5 black flags. Rightfully so. This restart zone does cause a lot of issues from, not even league issues.
Clear them.
It's not even league issues type, setting up or anything. It's just iRacing. It's one of those little things that they really need to fix. So
usually after an update, it gets real bad. So I will say, if you take a gander at Caleb Butcher Benjamin, looks like he has Rhea right behind him, and then their, I guess you would say, co-teammate of the 21, Clarence Prince. Then the 10 and the 14, got a nice little, and the 6 and the 17, so you got a nice little Ford group as Rhea dipped off of the track.
Now, I do believe, although they are different teams, the Penske and Stewart Haas, they're going to be working together since they are Fords. And they're actually making some nice headway.
Up front right now, we got an array of Chevys in a line from first to looks like sixth.
What I'm seeing in the back though is a lot of people are starting to dip down. A lot of people. I will say this though, this was an extremely big field when we started off. We still have over 40 cars running.
Yep, there's only 3 cars out of it, which is the 8, the 2, and the 47 are all the ones that are out of the race right now. So as of right now, there is at least 45 cars.
That is a very big
44
field.
cars.
You know, and there are 3 white towards the front. Joey Main's gonna get stuck in the bottom. Hold on to it, and he's able to. That was risky. I believe he's trying to get out of the way, but it is such a tough thing to get 2 tires on that bottom apron. Speaking of,
It is.
the series and stuff like that, Outer Corey mentions, he hopes to get in the series one day. For anybody wondering how to get into the league, feel free to comment if you're not already a part of it. We'll send you a Discord link. This league doesn't only run Cup, they run Xfinity, trucks, and ARCA.
ARCA plus 87s.
I was about to say they also started 87s. And the way it works is basically,
Marcus has the right idea.
And the way it works is You know, I believe Trucks does have a 3,000 IR limit now. I was about to say, I did notice Corey had joined the Discord. But yeah, Rhea is very welcoming to all members, new members.
Yeah, you definitely want to do it after the race, because she'll try to look at it during the race.
You know, who we haven't talked about? Casey Tomlinson.
You know why? Love Casey. Casey, if you're watching, don't take this wrong way. Normally, Casey is a little spin happy.
You know, I will say his car is very clean. I don't think I've seen him in a wreck yet. If he did, it was because the wreck that occurred.
Nope. He has stayed very, very clean. Driving that number 3 outdoor, what is that, Bass Pro Shop car. Marcus's good luck must have rubbed off on Mr. Casey.
Mr. Marcus Hagman, the former driver of the 3. Oh, big wreck. Oh, boy.
Rhea made it through unscathed. Not exactly what happened there.
Yeah, let me see. Ooh, actually, Rhea did get some wall contact and some head-on contact. Good thing is, minor damage. She should be able to get that fixed. Now, who I saw was it the 33?
It did look like the 33 got a little bit in there.
Who caused that wreck though? I'm trying to see. It didn't pop up in. Oh, here we go. Brady Shoe got a really good piece. Oh, they were 3.
And I will say the 99 was sideways when I saw it.
Looks like the 68, 38 went into one another and they caught up the 39, the 99. Former champ Francisco as yourself.
Don't lie, Marcus. You should have won it twice. Francisco robbed you.
I don't know. I've actually enjoyed watching this race. Very entertaining. The wrecks have been big, but not catastrophic, like we typically see in league races where, you know, a wreck takes out half the field.
I will 100% agree with you on that one. Well, kind of looked like Rhea just gave a little love tap to Mr. Chris. Must be thanking him for that for sale car in the Xfinity.
A very big field. Now I will say this: I am looking forward to seeing one of these races occur, even if it's not like your 48 driver field, even if it's 40 at a intermediate, at a short track. You know, we talk about this here at this track. It's all about anticipating the checkups, but when you enter a short track, you have to anticipate their braking points. And when you have a track, for example, let's say Martinsville, You
I was
have to
just about to
be
bring that up.
ready.
I will say I raced, I don't know about you, I can't remember. I raced the Martinsville race last year in this league, and we ended up having 44 cars, 45 cars. It was supposed to, but with the pit limit, of course, we had a full 43 cars. Granted, some of them just did starting parts. Even at 38 cars at Martinsville, it's you're almost getting lapped before you take the green flag. So
Now, I will say, reading Marcus's comment in chat, one thing that is a big factor for a lot, like I said, very diverse group of drivers. The biggest issue is the time. It might be daytime for us, but it is very late night for some of these drivers.
yep, him and his Mr. Swedish Meatball.
Now, I will mention one thing after we go green here. As we are on lap, I believe this is 77, 78.
78 going to 79 on this green flag. I will say Ricketts has made his way up into the top 10 so far.
Green flag is out. Jalen Battle. Man, that inside got a really good start. Outside struggled to take off.
It looked like Zach Phillips might have started in the wrong gear.
I will say, if it's one thing you definitely don't want to do is either miss a shift or start off in the wrong gear. It can be catastrophic.
Especially here, where it takes a minute to kind of build up that speed. But then again, I'm not sure if that's what did it for him, or if he did end up getting black flagged for that. So I don't know if he just maybe let off to not get a black flag. So I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will say the restart, it's realistic because obviously iRacing tries to be realistic, right? The issue with that is you really have to watch your RPMs and your speed. I've noticed myself struggling because I focus more on my speed than the leader.
I'm never up front, so I don't have to worry about it.
Now, is there... I'm telling you, that outside line is the way to go.
I want to say yes, but man, from what is it, Chris Delgado back, they are so kind of wobbly.
Well, here's the thing. So we see how they're lined up right now on the outside. Jalen Battle, Brian Chu, Justin A. Barkley. If you want to make a move, this is where teammates would come in handy big time. If you have 2 or 3 drivers and you decide entering that corner, you know the guys are going to stay high. You dive it to the bottom. You have a 2-lane gap between them, so side drive won't be a factor. Well, you can get ahead and slide up into them and slide up into the lead. They're going to have the better run, obviously, but it is a thing. As we see the first and second pack starting to split, that's just a fact of the side draft playing a factor.
Single file. Yep, single file side draft. 2x2, kind of, it plays a bigger factor than some would guess on here, I guess you could say. I will say though, Hopley leading that second pack on the high side now, so he's making some moves.
Yes, he is, and right behind him, you see Jason Ricketts on the outside. I will say right now, though, it is the time to kind of fall in line and just kind of ride it out, though. Try and get back up to that lead pack, because before you know it, you will fall out as they are 3 wide.
I will say though, granted they are 3 wide.
Ooh, little scary moment right there.
I will say though, the people I kind of want to watch right now is Mr. Davey Hendricks, Angel, and Josh. They all have ran in another league together, so I'm kind of curious on how they're going to work together in this.
Now, someone that was working their way up was Rhea Ferris. I believe she has gotten her damage fixed, so she is good. Say right now,
I think at this moment, her and Taylor are kind of just, I feel like they're kind of cruising. I feel like they're not trying to push too hard, letting it kind of wind down. I mean, we've kind of said it all race, 200 laps. They're only on lap 85, so.
well, there is another stage break. Let's not forget that, lap 120.
This is very, very true.
Yes, lap 120 is the stage break. Now, with it being that, I would try and... Okay, so we've seen him go 45 laps. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think of strategy right now for some of these drivers. And honestly, I would try and build my strategy around the stage. And what I mean by that is, if you could gain spots before the pit window closes for the stage, get it. And the reason I say that is, you pit at lap 120. You can go 45 laps green, or let's just say 40, you know, on the safe side. From 120, 40 laps is 160. You'll be able to make it on one stop.
Yeah, I mean, looking at kind of where everyone pitted, it looks like the front, they're running about, they're over 20 laps on this little stint. It looks like Davey, Angel, and Austin Cook are all kind of on the same strategy right now.
Actually, it's very interesting. So the people that pit on the last caution on lap 76, I believe they're going to be borderline to make it.
Yes, they, depending on how good they are at saving, just from what I can see and what I know of the drivers, the people that I know for a fact could save and make it is hands down Davey and Angel, that are up in the top 15.
the top 4, I know for certain they're going to have to pit before the stage comes out. So if I were these guys, I'd be running the bottom, saving fuel. Actually, if I was everybody,
as we say that, I really think James is trying to save right now. In that number 48 Allies car.
yeah, I mean, that would be the smart thing to do right now. Now, the guys running the high line, since they are full throttle a lot more, they are burning fuel a lot more.
This is true, but I will say, just looking at their speeds and listening to their in-car, a couple of them are letting off ever so slightly. So I'm wondering if that's helping save some fuel for them or not.
Yeah, it's a very... Recently, it's all about strategy. But honestly, I think the moment the caution comes out for the stage, everybody is going to come in the pit. Again.
I mean, that's what I would think. I mean, that's what I would do at least. I will say that 91 is Mark Gonzalez.
91 is. Yes.
Definitely, he could be a sleeper pick. He's been up front pretty much all race. Running very, very fast laps. Granted, has to be draft, but if your car drafts well, you're probably going to be up front.
And you know, Marcus in the YouTube chat just mentioned how being the leader does burn a lot more fuel. That is actually very true.
Jalen has been up front for a while. Brian in his normal go lucky spot in second.
Now, there is, I'm gonna say it, there is a curse on Brian Chu. Every plate race that he has been in, final lap, tries to go for the win and gets blocked. Will this be his lucky break of breaking that curse? I honestly think so.
He broke out at Talladega and ended up winning that race last year.
That's right.
Ooh, Austin Cook went for a ride.
Oh, hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes.
Nope, he did not.
Who did? Davey?
Nope.
Austin Cook.
It looked like Zach Phillips and him kind of got into it or kind of got bumped together.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
And unfortunately, Davey was the victim on that one, along with Mr. Cook.
Well, by the looks of it, neither of them got major damage. But I want to say what happened was coming out of that corner, 31 tried to keep it off the wall and everything. They kept it clean though, so minor contact should be good. Austin kept it out of pit road, so no black flag there. But man, I would have locked up the brakes really quick because that could have been a lot worse.
Somehow Rhea has a black or a meatball flag. Not exactly sure if you can see what happened there with her.
See, I'm gonna rewind this real quick. See if I could spot what happened.
Because for me, it won't show, so kind of curious what happened there.
It's not showing for me either. Oh yeah, the 31 came down on the exit of the corner, hit I believe it was Austin Cook into the 49. Well, now everybody can make it to the stage break. That's the good news. Now, here's the interesting thing. The leader now is the 21 of Clarence Prince.
This is true. Which did pit on lap, looks like 19 is what I'm showing.
Yes, I will agree. I agree with Marcus as comments saying that position only matters towards the last 10 laps. 100% agree, because I've been in races where I wait till the very end and start making my moves, and that's all that matters.
Still doesn't win.
Thank you, Thomas.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
I can tell.
I'm not sure what happened with Rhea. I went back a couple laps, tried to look at it, and
I try to see, but I think it's like you said, so many cars, it's causing how to put it, like it blinks out, so when it's time to look back, it doesn't allow you to, is what I believe. You know what's one driver we haven't talked about?
Like.
Linus Brustrom. We haven't talked about him at all today.
That's because he's doing the let's stay in the back, not get wrecked. Trying to make his way up here.
As
Marcus said she went sideways down pit road.
As they approach the restart zone, Clarence Prince taking the green flag, and if I'm gonna guess, I assume the 14's gonna get black flag. because he was ahead just a tad bit.
Right now, no. Ooh, Ricketts is going for a ride.
Oh, he locked it up. Oh! Absolutely just. Oh, that was a hard hit.
I mean, he tried. I mean, let's see what happened here. Looks like
Barely.
looked like the 66. I don't know what he was thinking right there. Looked like he just ran right into the back of him.
Oh, that was a hard hit. That was extremely hard hit.
Mr. Joey Main, he cannot cut a break today.
And I believe he was going slow all these previous laps because he had a faster bear, but he used it. And I mean, I don't think there's no recovering from that one.
No. You know what? Since we're under caution here, why don't we bring up Mr. Championship from last year up and let's get his point of view.
That actually sounds very good to me.
Let me get him moved up here. There we go. Jalen, you got us in the booth?
Yep. I'm for it. Got you guys.
Alrighty, so tell us how's the racing been? What's been the game plan? Trying to play it safe. I know you've been up front quite a bit this race. So tell me, how's the racing been around you?
Well, up front, it's been pretty good. I think the safest place today has been up front in the lead pack, and thankfully we had a fast Exalta Chevy to be up there. I don't know. The game plan so far is just keep the track position if we have it. Got the stage coming up here in a little bit here, so hopefully we can maybe get some stage points, not get caught up in any foolishness. But other than that, I mean, the game plan right now is stay up front like we've been doing and beat it again.
Alrighty, and having teammates out there, how important is it to know the security of like, oh, he's my teammate, he's gonna come with me if I make a move?
Oh yeah, no, it's actually it's quite good. I think the JGR guys were up here and they they were bullying me a little bit, but they're fast. I love those guys. Hopefully, yeah, we can get some more HMS power up front here and kind of dominate this thing and get it to the end.
Well, alrighty, Jalen, congrats on your champion last season. Hopefully you have an excellent season this year. I'll go ahead and let you get back to your team before we go green, and we look forward to seeing you after the race.
That's it for guys. Thank you.
I think the best thing Jalen has right now is the fact that he's kind of sandwiched between Isaac, which we know he's a super speedway person, Barkley, which Man, he's just so good at these tracks. Along with Mark Gonzalez.
By the way, we have some shout outs going on in chat from Corey Gasper saying that he appreciates us talking with him, and Mr. Marcus saying we're doing an absolutely phenomenal job. We appreciate that as we are about to go green against Clarence Prince and Jonas Gunderson leading us to green flag. And here we go. Green flag is out.
Like Jonas got a black flag. The restart zone strikes again.
Man, that 91 is giving everything he has, pushing that 10.
That 91 is I know. I mean, I've raced with Jalen. I know Jalen's gonna, do some great stuff. But man, if I was him, I'd definitely want to stay with that 91.
That move that you just saw right there, where Jalen went to the bottom, that's exactly the move I'm talking about. If you run the high line, and they are 3 wide. Ooh, 3 wide. Hold on to it. Keep it clean.
I would not want to be 14.
Oh, 55
Looks
goes
like
around. Oh, Rhea got collected up.
That. So did Matty Moniak.
Oh, Rhea's right front is off. That is, I want to say that's a game over right there.
Oh, it is. I rather blow an engine than to have the tire break like that. Because even if they are able to fix it, it's still not going to drive straight.
I want to say what happened. 55 spun. That was the first thing. 4 saw the smoke, started checking up, and Rhea was still on the gas since it was a green, and that caused the wreck between them two. Now for the 55, what happened here? Ooh, that was... Oh, massive checkup and got drilled by the 34.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a checkup up front. It started a ways up front. I mean, if anything, we'll just blame Mr. Matty Moniak for that. It's his fault. I'm sure he'll go back and watch this and hear it. So.
Unfortunate right there. That was a big checkup. I can't even
Since Joey piped up in here, I wonder if Joey was involved in that one again too. Seems like he's wrecking out there all the time.
No, actually Joey was involved in that last one, and I want to say that one was enough to just demolish his race.
Oh, you got a cold tricklet, Marcus. Like there's no questions. You just got to put your foot down and hope for the best.
Speaking of that, that's what I did yesterday in another league's money race, and I split 2 cars, fortunately. So it all depends.
Funny part about that, 2 of those drivers are in this race. Mr. Angel and Josh, or Angel's giving Josh a nice little bump under caution.
Marcus, I'm pretty sure we all have been the braking car at some point. Correction, plenty. But
Oh, I never brake. I just full throttle it. I'm always in the back anyway, so I have advantage over you guys that are fast.
well, you know what's one advantage? You know what's one advantage, and I'm pretty sure some people will agree with me here, some won't. One thing I've noticed is if I'm just trying to run laps and I want to secure like a good finish, I just run the inside line. If I see a wreck, I dive it into the grass. Because it seems like nobody wants to go in the grass for some reason, even though there's going to be a caution. So I consider the grass my safety zone.
Translation, most people just do not want to have to try to dirt track it. I don't know, Francisco, this Texas boy right here, you might have to dust off the racing shoes.
Let's see. In the span of a couple months, I have retired from iSNF, came back to iSNF, and then switched roles in iSNF from racer to broadcaster. Outdoor Gasper, I agree with you. It's all about not taking the line that the wreck isn't occurring. The issue with that is there's sometimes where people are trying to save it and they end up in the line. So I'd rather play it safe and just go completely off the track. Personally, as we are about to go green, Mark Gonzalez bring him to the green flag. Jalen Battle on the outside. Green flag is out. Now, one thing I will say is we're starting to see the sun go down. As we are past the half point of this race. You can, it's just not good entertainment, if that makes sense. Because you want to see the rest of the field. I will say the outside line is struggling at the moment. The inside line is kicking in.
I will say the track and air temp definitely did get a little cooler. Oh, we got Angel and Barkley battling for the lead there.
I was wondering when Angel was going to show up to the front of this race. Oh, and he got left out to dry.
Doesn't surprise me. We got looks like Isaac and Ethan. Or Ethan. Isaac and Austin out there. Not gonna lie, as if I was Jalen, definitely would love staying behind that 91. But Austin's been a little all over the place. It kind of would make me a little worried.
Oh, hold on to it.
Was
nice.
not clear.
No, he was not, but that was a nice save. These cars are so easy to lose it.
There's a massive wreck out of turn 4.
Who got involved in that one? Oh, Taylor Butcher. Oh my gosh, ain't that a view?
Yeah. Yeah. It was a big one.
Wow. Look like
I
22.
caught just the end of it.
That. Yikes. If by the looks of it, it looks like 22 was maybe like half a lane up. Still not enough room for a car underneath. 17, I guess, got a too good of a run, tapped him, and that was all she wrote for that one. Just we're under caution again.
Happens a lot more than you think.
Let's go ahead and bring in, not bring in, but let's take a look at Mr. Hopley, see how he's doing. Sitting in 25th. Cruising around. Car still looks good. I believe he was involved in that one wreck.
You know, why don't we bring Hopley up in the booth since, you know, we got the thing up showing him.
Sounds like an absolute plan to me.
Wasn't able to get Hopley, but did bring up Mr. Super Speedway Brian Chu.
Oh, let's talk to him. What is going on, Mr. Chu?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing pretty good. So we've seen you up front. We've seen you in the middle of the pack. We've seen you in the back.
Yeah.
How's the racing been? How's
What do you
it
like the best?
How's the racing been? Where?
Just in
In the
general.
back?
In general.
It's a little rough. I prefer to be in the top 10. And me and Charles have been sticking together all night. We're trying a little strategy here, so I got my fingers crossed that we can get to the stage. And we decided to pit there and decide not to pit at the stage, hoping to jump back to the front. But that's obviously going to require us not wrecking here in the last 8 laps or whatever. But a little hairy. Obviously, if we can stay in the top 5, 6 and stay on that outside line, that's a preferred line. And I don't know, just got to cross your fingers when you get in the middle of the pack, that's for sure.
Very true. We've seen some big wrecks happen. You know, there's still a lot of cars out here in this field. Strategy is definitely key, because you don't want to be too far back with these guys where you get separated into a second pack. But overall, I believe it's been you, Jalen. You all have been up front constantly. So awesome.
Yeah, I've been kind of working with Jalen. I know we're not teammates, but we've kind of had a lot of respect for each other, and we, race each other pretty clean. And we've been working together on strategies. I know probably not this particular one, but if we get back up there, I'm definitely would want to work with him and our teammates up there, especially Charles, because we've been kind of glued to each other all day too.
But yeah, man, I'll go ahead and let you go so you can focus on this restart, get back to your team.
Yes, sir.
But solid work out there, and look forward to seeing you all after the race.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Alrighty, that was Mr. Brian Chu, Mr. Speedway, Super Speedway himself. Got Isaac Wilson and James Bowles in the front. New look, because I believe interesting front row. And right behind him, we got Angel and Austin Cook.
And then Jalen and Justin Barkley. So this could get pretty entertaining right here.
As pace car drops down, entering the Geico restart zone. Waiting for the leader to go. Green flag is out. Austin Cook immediately moving to the high lane. One thing that did intrigue me that Brian said was that the inside lane. Oh, and oh, hard hits.
Oh,
And I'm pretty sure I saw where that one.
and it keeps coming.
I'm pretty sure I saw where that one started.
I'm gonna go ahead and say same.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that was the high line, the first and second car in that line. Second car hooked the front one, and let's go ahead and take a look at the far chase. Yep. Bumping coming out of the turn, uneven bump, and it just hooks them across, and the rest is absolutely history.
Yep, looks like Angel's gonna have to use his quick fix. Now I will say this, we haven't talked about it all race. This league does have a incident limit, which is a 25x DQ limit.
That is right.
I'm kind of curious on who is close to that.
That is right. So for anybody that doesn't do iRacing, that's watching a family member that does do it, to get a better understanding, it goes like this. For every time you go off track, you get a 1x. Every time you spin out, you get a 2x. And then if you cause another driver to wreck, turn them or anything like that, you get a 4x if the contact's hard enough. So with that being said, we've seen some wrecks. We've seen some people involved in multiple wrecks. If you get to a 25x, you're disqualified from the race. It's kind of like a safety measure to, protect other drivers from potentially hazardous drivers. So that's for the people that, don't do iRacing typically, give you a better understanding of what's going on.
Jalen squeezed by. Since we're under this caution, and he has had a rough night, let's see if Austin Cook wants to come up into the booth. You good with that?
I'm okay with that.
Went ahead and grabbed Mr. Austin Cook.
Austin Cook, you guys in the booth?
What's going on?
Alrighty, so run us through what happened in that last wreck.
Sorry, repeat.
That last wreck that occurred, like, based on what I saw, just a little bit of a bump coming out of the corner, and it hooked the driver at the high line. Is that what you saw, or was it a different feel in the car?
Nah, you saw exactly what happened. I just got a little too happy coming off the corner, got a little bump to him, and it upset his rear end so much that it just went around.
Now, I know that a lot of drivers have a fast repair. Did you still have yours, and is your damage okay?
I still have my fast repair, and got my damage substantially fixed. I still got a little bit left.
Alrighty.
But
Now,
motor's good, car's good, so I got something for the end.
alrighty, solid. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and let you get back to your team. Just want to see what happened there. We appreciate you coming in the booth, talking with us.
Absolutely.
Ugh, I moved him in the wrong chat.
If you can, please put them in the correct chat.
There we go. Well, there's quite a few people all together in a chat, which is very, very smart. So definitely, there's definitely a big group that could come down to making a good push for this. So.
As pace car is off, Jalen Battle once again bringing these guys to the Geico restart zone. Green flag is out, and away they go. Jalen Battle automatically moving to the high line. Going back to what I was saying, Brian Chu said that the inside was a preferred line. That intrigued me because I know the high line could be pretty dominant. But yet again, like I said, it all depends on how you work with one another.
Yeah, I mean, I could understand where he's coming from saying the low line, because I mean, to be fair, if wrecks happen, everyone's gonna go high. So that maybe on that part, that's what he was getting at.
Ooh, these guys need to be a little more careful. They're starting to give those uneven bumps, and if I'm not mistaken, the Chevy noses, they have that little point to them, and it can.
Yep, they do not work. You have to hit it pretty straight on with the Chevys. The Fords are a little bit giving. Not much. A little bit. The Toyotas are about the same as what the Chevys would have.
Yeah, I know what seems like a minor off-balance bump with the Chevys can turn into a big-time wreck just because of that little point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. I mean, I will say, though, Mark Gonzalez is giving Jalen everything he can handle. So... Speaking of that bump, Isaac offsetted bump on the 91.
But it looks like I believe Davey Hendricks kind of rolled in that too. A lot of people got involved in that.
Casey Tomlinson as well.
I think that's the first time we've heard Casey Tomlinson involved in a wreck today. Okay, so we'll start with Isaac.
I will say there has been one person so far that has hit the incident limit. So, Casey has a broken tire.
Why doesn't it show me the wrecks? Come on. There we go. I want to see. Okay. That is legit the perfect example of what I'm talking about when it comes to the Chevys.
I was going to say, we were literally just talking about it, and it ended up happening with Isaac.
Now, the only thing is, that was a pretty, but look, the most minor, and it like, he would, oh my gosh, that was even.
It literally takes just a small little hiccup in your bump, and it could definitely ruin your race. I will say, Barkley and the 14 barely made it. James got a little bit of side damage. I will say, though, they could have just made it one extra lap, and they would have had the caution.
Actually, this does count as a stage caution because 5 laps before, if there's a caution, it counts as the official stage break.
Yep, I know, that's what I was... But it lap 121 right now. They definitely had something there.
Now, remember when we were talking pre-race? And we were talking about who we thought was going to be the winner of the race.
Yes.
My pick isn't first.
Your pick is technically in second.
No,
Okay,
no.
Linus. Or Linus. Yes.
Well, still, John Hopley is in the front row.
30 is in first. This is very true. I will say, though, as it sits right now, we have 3 Swedes in the top 4 with Hopley.
Now here,
And we know that they work very, very well together.
I will say this though. Looking at the last time they pit, top 4 pitted before 120. They're going to have to stretch their fuel a little bit.
This is very true. They are on lap 7 on this stint that they've been out. But I mean, we've had 2 cautions since then. So their 7 laps might have been all under caution, except for maybe 2. So they may be able to squeeze it and make it, or, you know.
Green flag is out. I think John Hopley was the lead. He took the outside line.
Yeah.
Interesting move from Hopley.
Okay, so they're... Yeah. Oh.
I think Jalen was peeking to make it 3 wide.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Ooh.
Ooh, hold it up there, Hopley. I
See,
will
you gave him
say,
the broadcaster's curse. Your pick went backwards.
fair enough. Jalen Battle's wasting no time. He wants to move to the front and move now.
Yeah. And I mean, he has, let's see here, he has 2 JGR guys, Henrik guy. Plus MBM, so he has some pushers.
You know, we've take a look at Mr. Isaac Wilson. Now let's go to this cockpit point. We really haven't looked at their cockpit point of view, so let's go ahead and take a look. This is what they say, and oh boy. Oh!
Oh! Not exactly sure what went on there. It looked like a little 3-wide lap car action. Oh, the 91 is definitely broken. On the track, going slow.
I believe he hit that inside wall.
Yeah, his front tire is pretty toast.
That 66 is back up here in the front.
It is. The downside is that with the 91 having the damage he does, I mean, he's on the back stretch. He's only going 140. I don't know if he'll be able to keep it low in the corners. So this could get a little... Oh, he's able to keep it low. That's a good thing.
66 looking to the inside.
Brian Chu has linked up with Jalen again.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I believe this league has a win and you're in policy for the playoffs.
I think that's still implemented, yes. I know that's how it was last year.
So for some,
as long as you're in the top
20, I
30
believe.
in points or whatever. Oh, it's 20 now. I know last year they did 30, so
it might be 30.
I'm not 100% sure.
Now, with that being said, you know, there's some drivers. They know their capabilities. If they feel like this is their only shot to win the season, I gotta assume you gotta go all out just to secure a spot.
I mean, yeah. I mean, looking at the field that we have, I mean, Jalen's going to get his. Brian will get his as well. Jackson Carr, very fast guy. He'll definitely get his. Angel, he'll definitely get his. Josh, depending on the track. Very fast guy. Taylor. So, if I was the 66 or even the 14, or even Delgado 79, I kind of would push it a little bit more closer to the end, of course, to try to pick up that win. That way I knew I was in.
Ooh!
Or even a clearance print.
I don't know if you saw it, but 48,
Right now.
48 gave a
Yep,
little bump to Jackson Carr in that turn,
The
man.
normal Chevy bump. You know, you figure that they would realize that they can't bump like that, especially because most of them are all not James. They're not James's, of course, but most of them are in the same chat. Like, the 31, 43, they are kind of joined. They're not teammates. They're kind of part of that same alliance that this league has. Oh. The 14 went for a ride. And more cars are going for a ride.
Oh, keep it. Oh, man.
Isaac got involved. Looked like...
Actually, a couple things happened because the 43 got involved before. 43 of Isaac.
Looked like the 14 bounced off of someone.
Okay, so remember earlier how I mentioned the, once the tires start to wear, this car starts to snap loose on exit of corners? It's exactly what happened to
Yep.
Isaac. He lost it, got loose, hit the wall. No, got hit again from behind. Now, did anybody?
So there was 2 wrecks involved in that one.
Yes. Now, was it Hopley or was it? I think it was John. Somebody hit. I don't know if it. I think John barely got scraped by him. So no, nobody else too bad. But definitely unfortunate. Mr. Zach Phillips.
Is he still wearing his outfit?
Yes, he is.
I feel like at this moment we should almost bring him in just to see.
I would say that
how
might be a
hot
little
it is.
tough because he is in VR, so I don't know how that works.
I think I could pull. I think I could pull him. I don't know. Let me go ask him.
Oh, it does a VR headset come up, Mike? I did not know that.
Finally brought him up here.
Mr. Zach Phillips, you got a copy?
Hey, what's going on, Francesco?
Nothing much, just enjoying this race. I see you're sitting in fourth. How's the racing been? How's it like racing in VR?
We've been up front most of the race. It's been pretty hectic. Some nerve-wracking moments. We've avoided a few wrecks, and I feel like that's been really crucial. We've managed to squeak through. Racing in VR, as far as that goes, I wouldn't race any other way. I can't race any other way. Severely hinders my performance. So it's all I've ever known. It's all I'm ever continue to do.
Well, alrighty, Mr. Phillips. I know y'all are entering turn 3, so I'll go ahead and let you get back to your team and focus on the rest of this race. Good luck
All right,
out there,
thanks,
and
guys.
have a solid race.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, we got a little peep of his girlfriend here. That has to be hot. I would be.
You
I
talking about
would
his
be
face
melting
thing?
right now? Yeah. I mean, granted, real racers wear it. I get it, but with no air movement, unless you have a fan blowing right at you. Ooh. Jalen got a black flag.
Wasn't he the leader?
Yeah. Which is a little weird. Looks like they went ahead and cleared it.
I'm telling you, the restart zone is so...
It's only after an update. I have figured this out. After updates, it's a little wonky. I don't want to jinx him, but don't look now. But Clarence Prince is sitting 5th right now.
Yeah, he's having a really good race, really solid, just hanging in there, doing what he's got to do, and setting himself up for a good finish.
Like, he could almost, not saying it's a given, but he could almost pull off a little sneak and win this, which, granted, would make Rhea happy, seeing a Ford in victory lane, part of her alliance mate.
Everybody kind of filing in, shuffling in. Ooh. 20 just went all the way.
Yeah, I've been watching him. He's kind of done it the past couple of laps, but he was able to keep it off of people, except for that time it kind of looked like he, saw that 79, gave the 19 a little too big of a bump, took out, James. And it looks like Delgado
Oh,
has
that
been
was
DQ'd.
first driver to be DQ'd this season.
No, actually, he is the third. It looked like Treadwell was the first one, or not Treadwell. David Seats, and then him. So the second one.
Oh, about to say Treadwell. I haven't even seen him like.
His was a while ago. I mean, he's 116 laps down, so. almost getting in that time that people with the quick fixes are getting a little nervous, in my opinion.
You know who else is having a good race? Mr. Bob Wyckoff in that 78. He's running 8th right now.
Yeah, I was just about ready to say that normally not a name you see too much up here or up in the front at all tracks. But yeah, he's had a really good race all season, or all season. He's probably hoping he gets a good season. I will say though, my pick to win, I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Mr. Brian Chu.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, Mike Hamlin's beard. I definitely envy that.
tell me, whose beard is better, Mike Hamlin or Matt Fornes?
Ooh, see, Fornsey has a stash. Okay, that's a glorious mustache. So I'm gonna have to give it to him. I'm gonna have to give it to Matt.
For any of you wondering, Matt Fornes was a former member of this league, but has an amazing mustache.
It really is amazing. It is glorious.
So here's what we're gonna start seeing, and I will say these drivers have done a really good job. This race has been extremely entertaining to watch. You're gonna start seeing 2 packs, well, actually 3. You're gonna have the main pack. You're gonna have that secondary pack that kind of just falls back, and the third pack is gonna be filled with the guys that have damage, aero damage, that haven't used their fast repair just yet, and are hanging in there. Now, as a driver, you really hope your damage isn't so severe where you're dropping basically a second a lap, because you really want to kind of be able, you want to have the damage where if you're in the draft you're good, but if you go out of it you're gonna fall back. That's the perfect kind of damage to have. But yeah, like, it's gonna be very interesting strategy wise from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, as it sits right now, Jalen and Brian are kind of in the catbird seat as of right now. Once it's 1 to go, if there's a 4-car pack, whoever's in that 4th place could almost back off a little bit and get a super good run, and could take it. Now, they do have the yellow line rule, correct?
iSNF, yes. The iRacing, no.
Yeah, I know the iRacing didn't, so, but with that being said, that could play a factor.
As green flag is out, back to racing. 24 gets a decent lead. Oh, that 31's gonna try and fit the tightest of gaps, and he manages to get it.
Now, here's my thing. The 20 is coming up there. Will Brian and Jalen drop down to pick him up, or stay on the high side with Zach Phillips pushing?
Now, here's what's interesting. 20 and 54 are teammates. But there you see, the inside works, but I really feel like that high line works better long run.
I feel like the outside line, the reason why it works the best is you have so few checkups.
It's actually very true.
Corey, to answer your thing, the yellow line rule for them is you have to have all 4 tires or 2 tires and advance your position. If you go below it, but don't pass anyone, it's fine.
Anyway, then if they will review in this league, they review it after the race. So if somebody did bring it up, they will definitely take a look at it.
Straight in the wall. That was
That-
your old ride.
Yeah, that was the car
One last year, wasn't it?
at the Daytona 500. Went from 40th to first, or 41st to
I was
first.
gonna say. That's some big shoes to fill for that car right now.
Doing a pretty good job sitting in 6th place right now.
Woo! Barkley got up in the wall a little bit, came down, barely avoided hitting some cars.
Mr. Matt Forens appreciates the compliments on the stash. We are glad to give it to you because that mustache, number 1. Oh,
It really is.
did Hopley just get DQ'd? He just disappeared.
He's still. He did just get DQ'd. Yes, he did. It just finally popped up.
How?
That I have no idea.
Because I mean, I saw him got involved in like a wreck or two, but like, where did the?
I mean, I saw him get involved in a couple little, things. Nothing enough that I would think he would be at 25.
Yeah, I mean, unless he got him from like.
And that's really unfortunate. Hitting the wall, going through the grass. I know he did that a couple times to avoid wrecks.
I'm just trying to think like, I don't know that. Well, there goes my pick.
Man, that sucks for Hopley too. He was having a really good race.
Yeah, he
running
was.
12th. Ooh. Eugene Thorne and who was that? Eugene Thorne and Mr. Casey ended up getting in to a little fender benders.
Oh, it looks like Casey might have just ran him over. Oh, I see what happened. Check up in front of the 34. And well, Casey's around his bumper, entering the corner. The 34 kind of, goes up as a response of the checkup. And he got hooked. Major impact to the 3 as well, but I think he should be good.
Now I will say, I mean that is a normal. We love Casey. He is hands down probably the funniest one in the league right now. but he definitely pulled a Casey.
Yes, he did. By the looks of it, his car is good though, so should be good to
Yeah,
continue
it
on.
doesn't look too horrible. Eugene's is just the same.
What lap are they on currently?
23. 149, my bad. I went to the wrong person that was multiple laps down.
I was about to say, I was looking
So,
at
my
SDK and I was looking at
My
140.
Well, they're coming to the line. The people that are coming to the line are going to be at 150.
So the people pitting right now, they're gonna have to stretch that. I don't think they can make it. They're gonna have to make one more stop.
This is true, but Brian, Charles, and Clarence all stayed out.
So basically, it's either if you want to make one more stop at the very end of the run or at the very beginning of the run.
Yeah. And to be fair, I have crew chiefed for quite a few people. There is one person that I feel like is going to be a sneak. Actually, two of them, actually. Keep an eye on the 6 of Angel Hernandez and the 38 of Joshua. I ain't even going to say your name, dude, because I already know I ain't going to say it correctly.
Isn't it Grasso?
I don't know. I say Grosso, and he says that's not it. So, I don't know. Grosso. I don't know. He's from Wisconsin, Minneapolis, somewhere up there. So, I'm not 100% sure, but them two being the road racers that they are, I almost guarantee them two have some strategy of either short pitting if there's no cautions and being able to be up front to make it to the end.
And you see what I've seen in official, or not official, but other races I've done, is people will run it till it's dry. Take the the most perfect amount of fuel that you possibly need. Because the guys that pitted right now, they're going to be about 3 to 4 laps short. They take the smallest, just the perfect amount that they need, and basically it's enough just to get them by and they don't lose the position. Compared to the guys that are going to have to pit under green and stuff like that. Now, it all depends on how many people come down with them. If it's a solid pack, all that plays a factor. But
this is true. Now, but the other thing involved in that is green-white checkered.
That is a very good point to point out. And I'm not sure. I need to double check on this. Or if you can't, to double check. I believe they have 3 green-white checkers this time around.
That is true. So that could almost... I mean, that's going to be its own little thing right there. But, I mean, Angel and Josh, they do it all the time. I will say, I feel like Barkley's going to be involved in that. Maybe Ricketts, maybe Davey as well, doing that kind of short pit. And I mean, at that point, that's 5 cars.
Man, the 54 and the 20 got a really good start. They're going to get swallowed alive.
A black. This is very true. Clarence ended up getting a black flag on that one. Now, we haven't talked about him for a while, but Taylor is back up.
Ooh, that's a very good point. Because honestly, he
was
came out
a
of
lap-
nowhere.
He took the wave around. Well, he did take a wave around. He was a lap down. At one point of this race. So he has fought his way back up there. And I mean, he led quite a few laps at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, he's made a really good recovery, solid performance. Now, another driver we haven't gotten to talk about too much is that 62 that's right behind him, the Johnny Diaz Osorio. I believe I pronounced that correct. I hope I did.
I'm not even going to attempt. But yes, this is very. He's kind of been in that 6th to 15th place all night. Kind of just been hanging in there.
I will say there's some fresh faces up here up front.
Or at least, I will say, I haven't talked about, I don't know if you have or not. The guy set in 10th, 16, Dawson Wise.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Dawson Wise, I've raced with, I'm not sure where, but the name does ring a bell. He was involved in that incident coming off pit road, if I don't know if you remember, where he lost control.
Oh, yep, that's right.
Another driver that's made a good recovery.
And we are under caution.
You got a visual because it's not popping up on my end as to who it was.
It looks like it had to do with the 26. I can't see the wreck.
Oh, it's one of those. It's not popping up for me either.
But I can see the cars that are slow, which be the 27, 26, 34. So I'm not, maybe with Rhea, Steven involved in that as well. Not 100% sure, so can't verify.
Now, I believe this does put people, this would put people in the pit window.
The top ones right now, hands down. Now, the ones that are in the back, what is it, 45 laps? On a tank. If I was them, I definitely would come down pit now, but I also would pit every time until green.
No, I would actually pit and then just start saving fuel because it's such a big track. You could save a lot under caution. And I think that's exactly what Brian Chu and them are thinking.
Man, I almost feel like we should talk with Taylor. I mean, he is back up in first after coming from a lap down. He is. He has definitely turned it around.
Yeah, he has.
Now, I will say, Taylor is on, out of the cars so far, Taylor is 16 laps into a run.
That's one thing I am noticing.
Everyone else is 7 laps, or of course they just pitted. So
that's the thing. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this strategy for the simple reason being there's nobody else on that time. So he's going to have to pit before everybody else. And the thing is, he
I mean, I could
has...
see doing it if he had teammates up there.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing.
I will say, though, as of right now, the biggest mover is Mr. Davey Hendricks. 47th to 12th right now.
He's having a really good run, running solid, clean. I believe he was only involved in one wreck where he got ping-ponged around.
He was in ping pong twice. There was, I think it was once with Isaac, and then again. Ricketts has made his way back up to the front. I mean, to be fair, out of if I was anyone in this race right now, the car I would not want to be would be the 44.
Sitting at third.
Well, sitting in third is not the issue. It's the fact that the car won last season's Daytona race.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a
And
pretty
you
good.
come in here. Oh yeah, he's kept it very clean. I am a little curious. Clarence still is showing a black flag. So I'm hoping it doesn't.
DQ him because of it.
He's able to make. Yep, he's able to make it in under green and not DQ him before then. So
That's
he's
right.
definitely been having a very, very good run.
Still, that's unfortunate for him to get a black flag like that.
Yeah.
As it comes to start finish line, Taylor Butcher Benjamin leading to the green flag. Green flag is out. Jalen got a really good start.
Yeah, I was seeing that. He must think you're still in that 44. I will say though, don't look. Jalen finally has a teammate finally up there with him. Actually, a couple of them now. With Ricketts and James.
That outside line formed up really good.
I think the big key with that forming like it did is most of those guys have been running with each other all race. I mean, the 62, 66, 48, 31, 16, they've kind of all been there the whole race.
I mean, that they have. And I mean, it's clear to see who's comfortable with who's not. And it's also good to see James out there after considering the fact he was involved in that wreck.
Yep. Jalen, you got too far out.
Oh,
reckon.
That is a massive,
That's
massive
a game
wreck.
changer.
Oh boy. I think it started with. Oh, it started with the 62.
Yeah, the 62 was 3 wide in the middle.
Let's see. So 62's in the middle. 44 comes on his inside. I think the 31 came down, tagged the 62 a bit, and the 62 went up a little bit.
That one is a I can't see, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yep. And then Ricketts got just a little bit of the right front. 14 ran into the back of him and everything.
Man. Bob has been DQ'd. Rhea Ferris has been DQ'd now.
You know who's the perfect person to look at this in their point of view? Brian Chu. He got through that.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I looked at his name and he was not involved, so.
Let's see what he saw. Oh, that's
Rhea.
now for sure. Everybody's in the fuel window now.
This is very true, but here comes in another thing. What are people looking like for that DQ limit? Because, I mean, on that wreck, Rhea has gotten the famous Dairy Queen. Bob. Clarence just got DQ'd because he did not serve his black flag.
Now, Brian stayed out. Everybody else pitted, so everybody that pitted is guaranteed to be good on fuel. Brian's going to be stretching it, I think, but I think he can save, or I think he can make it from here. Because honestly, if you weren't good to make it...
Davey almost made it through that. Oh, my pick saved. Went a little off tracking.
I'm telling you, off track is the way to go in these wrecks. Man, that's unfortunate for that 44. That was a good group of drivers that got taken out.
Now, I will say, Brian did bump into his teammate, the 20.
Actually, no. I don't think he actually bumped into him. I think what happened is, if you look, the 20 kind of moved up, and there's like a little bump on that infield, and it caused him the diffuser to come off the ground, lose it, and that's what got him loose.
Ah. Oh, no, I didn't. I knew he got loose. I thought they bumped a little bit earlier. Let's see here. Well, my pick is still safe. I guess since Rhea's out, does that mean she'll bring us Dairy Queen? Do we put in our orders now? Is that how this works?
I mean, there is still a lot of drivers in this field.
There is, but... Ooh. Mr. Derek Cook. First time being in the top 10, top... I haven't talked about him all race.
Neither have I. He's actually sitting fourth.
Yeah. I will say Josh, Barkley, Ricketts, Davey, and Angel are all together.
As they come to the green flag, Brian Chu leading them. Back to racing we go. You know who else has recovered pretty good? Isaac Wilson. He's sitting there in third.
This is true. Oh, that was not a very good idea, Isaac. Man, Isaac just checked up that whole outside line.
Seems like the inside's forming up quite good.
Yeah. I mean, looking at who's in this inside
Ooh.
line.
The 20 and the 54 got to be a little careful. They are really pushing that bump draft to its limits.
Yeah.
Even in the turn.
Well, I will say one of them is having some internet issues. Because the 20 is inside the 54.
Oh, boy.
Like, he is a good, real far inside.
Dude, that outside line honestly just fell back big time.
Does Brian have an issue with the car right now? Or is he dropping back to try to save? Because, I mean, he's fallen.
You know what? He could be trying to save.
Because
Yep. He went all the way to the
all the way
back.
back to at least like 22nd or so.
Nope, that was his plan. Go to the back, get in the draft, and just save.
Which is a very smart idea, I will say that.
By the way, the 14 is now leading with the 99 right behind. The 99 was involved in that wreck earlier. Yeah, he's recovered.
Yeah.
He's recovered
Yeah,
really
I was
good.
just about to say that. I will say though, you gotta. I mean, my favorite car. I gotta go with Barkley.
The 50.
That 50 pit viper car. Him, Davey, and Angel hooked up. Could be a little scary.
That outside line starting to come back.
Now I will say, I've kind of been noticing it a little bit. I don't know if it's just the way the draft is working right now, but if a Toyota is out front, it seems like the outside line really can't get that run.
Well, I do remember there was, like, it all depended on how the car that was behind you, the car that was with you. I know there was like an issue with the way they matched up. Did they update and fix that? I want to say they did.
I thought they did, but I was just because I mean we know Jalen's fast. We know Zach Phillips is good fast. We know James is fast. We know Charles is fast. It just seems like they can't get the run like they were getting earlier on. Because, I mean, the outside line is almost 6 cars ahead of that second group.
Now it could also be the temperature change.
This is true. It definitely has gotten a little cooler. It's 64 degrees here, and track temp is 65. So but here's my thing. Like, I definitely fully understand Ryan dropping back like he did. But did he drop back too far?
I think he did, and to be honest with you, I honestly don't know if it was a good game plan. The reason is the rest of these guys should be able to make it. They don't have to hold back. So with that being said,
Now the minus the 14, he might be the iffiness,
very true on that one.
and the 20 with him being on the high side out front.
Yeah, that's something to watch out for.
Because I know if everything's set, yeah, because the 14 is 16 laps in, and Brady and everyone else is 10. So they have a little bit of an advantage, plus 14 being out front like he is. Ugh. I will say, though, if it stays green, Barkley, Davey, Charles, James, Angel, Jalen kind of have the best seat right now. I definitely would not want to be the top 3.
Jackson Carr in that 33 is another driver that was involved in a wreck earlier, I believe, and recovered, and he's doing pretty solid.
That is true. He didn't take damage on that wreck, so that was a good thing. And then after that, I think he just kind of rode around until closer to the end when it actually counts. Charles is dropping back.
I believe Charles kind of might have seen that he needed a save.
I mean, I get James wanting to go. I just feel like I almost would just stay behind Angel and them. At least until lap 185. Before I, jump out.
I think I would start pushing around lap 15. Save all the fuel you can, just in case of a green-white checkered. Save that fuel and just push. But at the same time, if you're linked up with your teammates, you might as well just go.
This is true. Now I will say it's a funny strategy to me. But have you noticed that Davey is not right on the bumper of Barkley? He's kind of like a half a car length away at all times.
Actually, I could tell you exactly. So
Which is smart in my opinion.
So right now on my screen, I'm showing you the speed of Jalen and them. Oh, Charles just got hooked. Caution is out. What happened there? 31 came down and I believe hooked him. Yeah, he tried to side draft him, came down too much, and hooked him into the wall. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Now, you know who's happy to see that?
Brian Chu.
Brian Chu, the 14. I was going to say the 20, but he was involved in that wreck, so depending on his damage.
I mean, but here could be a really good strategy, though. Like, yes, the people that pitted earlier can make it. But do you just kind of scrap it and pit and get out there? Or do you stay out and hope that you don't somehow get out front before you want to and waste your gas?
Now, one thing I want to see right here is who's saving fuel.
Let's see here. The top 3 came down, so that's going to put Barkley in the lead.
See, Barkley's giving gas. I think Barkley is saving.
Davy's saving. He's clutching right now.
Yep.
Angel's just weird, and he can not clutch in and still somehow save. Jalen's using the shifting method to save. Phillips is shutting his car off. Josh is also using the shift method. It looks like everyone is saving from Ricketts up. Minus, because Casey's not. Steven is saving, which we haven't talked about besides a couple wrecks he's been in. He can make a move. Mike Hamlin's clutching. The 96, 16 is... Nope, 16's not saving either. This could get interesting. Yeah, Davey has his car shut off right now.
Which is smart. Save as much fuel as you can. Actually, Casey, I think, is saving. Actually, no, he's in second gear. He's burning fuel.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say that's what I thought at first, but no, he's just running second gear. It looks like Barkley's gonna choose the outside here.
Oh, this is gonna be a good race right here. If it goes green, it's gonna be a really good finish.
If it goes green, it's Jalen is in the catbird seat. If it stays green.
Honestly, anybody with the Chevy, just because they have their teammates right there.
Yeah, I mean, but as much as you got a Ford, Toyota, and a Chevy with the 50, 49, and the 6, I can't. They're way too good of drivers, especially on a track like this. and they've been around each other and worked with each other before, I have a hard time throwing them like out, like they don't have a chance. And then throwing Josh in there as well, because he's worked good with all of them.
Green flag
And
is
Ricketts,
out.
so
20 laps to go.
I will say though, Jalen is all over the bumper of Angel. Honestly, if I was Jalen, I almost would stay right where I'm at right now. In between. Wow, that. I'm not gonna lie, that outside line or inside line with Barkley, Davey, Angel, Jalen, Josh Grosso, and Ricketts.
Oh, Jalen is going.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a smart move by Jalen at that moment. I get James is his teammate. I mean, granted, he does have some HMS up there with Ricketts and Stevens, so all four of them are up there. But 2 are on the bottom, 2 up high. And you got 4 guys linked together that used to race pretty much every week together. It's going to be a hard one. I have a hard time. Now, I will say the only thing that I think will save Jalen, as long as James doesn't give him a bad bump, is having Zach and Fernando up there, because they've worked well together.
Oh, 31 just hooked the 48.
Oh, James is around.
Oh, and Derek Cook got caught up in that too.
So did the 14. You know, I have to say, you would think Zach Phillips should be pretty close to that DQ limit.
I'm still amazed with some of the people that have been DQ'd, to be honest.
I mean, same. I mean, like, because watching the whole race like we have, I mean, love Zach to death. Very good driver. But he's hooked some people.
That has to be a 4X each one. So take 2 that I've seen. That's an 8X.
Then you got to remember when he doored someone. That's probably a 2X. Plus him spinning around. He has to be like right at either 24, close to 25.
Yeah, man, I am not too sure on that. One thing's for sure, these laps are counting down. People are going to be more aggressive. It's going to be really interesting to see.
Can we just take a moment? Take a moment. Casey is running 5th right now.
That he is. He's running 5th. Really good recovery, too, because he was involved in, I think, a wreck or two.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was clean for a while, and then involved in I think 2 wrecks, 2 pretty good size wrecks. I feel like the 4 finishers right here are gonna be the 4 that are gonna be right there. Granted, I do not want to count out Brian.
Brian, in my opinion, needs to start pushing, making moves.
I feel like the only thing that Brian has going for him right now is the fact that he has Alex and Linus in front of him. And we all know them two are going to make moves. They're going to make moves to get up to that front. So that's definitely going to be something to watch out for.
Now, one thing's for sure. There have been some people that have suffered more than others, but everybody's suffering from their back from sitting in that chair for 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
I was going to say, it's been a while. I mean, because we're 4.5 hours is the whole race. We have what? I don't even know. That's how long we've been here.
I really feel like Brian's going to start pushing really hard right now, making moves.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I will say, with him being on the high side, like he is, that's going to work out to his favor. As long, I really hope Casey gets a really good jump on this one. Because I know at times, I mean, we've raced with him quite a bit. He doesn't get a good jump on restarts. Kind of bottles everyone up. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. And Brady's shoe kind of gets into him, because that could cause a little bit of an issue for Brian.
As they come to the Geico restart zone, green flag is out. Jalen Battle takes the green flag.
Barkley has already got a black flag before the green flag even happened. They went ahead and cleared that one. Casey got a really good start. Oh, Casey, calm down.
I was about to say,
Not to play favorites out here, guys. But I mean, I root for Casey.
I saw him like really pushing it. Look at Brian Chu already up to 8th.
Casey's getting a little swirly. I think the thing that's going to hinder this right now is the fact that Steven is in between Davey and Angel. But I feel like them two, like them three would get up there. Mike Hamlin is not giving Jalen a very good push.
I'm looking back here at the 3. On exit, the 99 is trying to give him the biggest push he can, but the 3 is not holding still on exit, and it's getting a little scary.
Yeah, I saw it a couple laps before that, and and there he goes.
Brian Chu is working with that high line, and he's already up to like 4th.
Yeah, he's definitely doing good. His teammate is a car right in front of him. Car splitting him, which is working out in their favor. I just feel like if Steven could get up to the bumper of the 6, it would pull that line closer.
We're coming to 10 laps to go.
Because I mean, I'm gonna put it. The 6 car is scraping at all the paint off that 50's bumper.
I wonder who's going to be the first to take it 3 wide.
I mean, honestly, I feel like if the 4 cars on the top side can clear the bottom, which probably will happen here soon because the 5 is not getting a good push at all.
Ooh, 5 is drifting up. Oh, that could have been bad. The 5 was drifting up just in, like, a little enough to stick the nose under.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that was the 5 moving up or the 49 trying to push him enough where he goes.
Brian went to the bottom to try and get the run. I don't think the bottom is the move, though.
I feel like the one person that's really kind of hindering that high or low side right now is the 5. He's not pushing. I feel like Brian, being the way he is, I know him hooking up with the 50 and the 6, definitely a super smart idea.
Oh, they're making ground.
Super smart idea. Now the issue is Isaac and Josh are probably going to drop down in front of that 16. If like once they get clear. I just don't think the 16 has enough. Barkley went high, ended up getting into someone.
Yeah, you see everybody's moving up to the high line. Brian got stuck 3 wide.
Yep. But Brian's a good enough driver. He's able to side draft his way back in front of the 50.
Now you got the 19 and the 10.
I feel like the 10 is going to be the one that takes it soon. Because he is holding back some, but... And I mean, no... You talked about it yesterday in the money race that we kind of did. Josh and Isaac are working together right now, but they don't have
the 54 just...
Oh, the 50 is giving him everything he can handle.
I think the 50 pushed him a little too much.
Well...
5 laps to go, by the way.
But I will say, I can't count Brian out just yet
Ooh, he nearly got
because
door.
he
Oh,
does.
Ricketts just got
Ooh,
turned.
Ricketts got turned, and the reason why is he's hooked up with Angel and Davey right now. And I mean, we all know how they're gonna work. How wide Jalen can make that car.
Yeah, because they're coming to 3 to go. It's gonna be. It's just time to start make moves, and also time to start blocking.
Yep. I feel like if that outside line gets a run,
Oh.
I feel like Isaac.
Wreck
Nope. Isaac
99 and Davey. They kept it green though. It's green.
That's good. I feel like the 16 is a better pusher than he is like being out front. Which nothing wrong with that.
Oh, for sure. I prefer being pushed than pushing. I'm not a good pusher.
I rather push than be a pushy. That 10 is what's really worrying me if I was Jalen, because how far he's kind of holding back.
Two laps to go. Who's gonna make the
Brian
move?
Got shuffled to the back, so they're catching a lap.
I think that's Ricketts. Yeah, it is. Ooh, these guys are all over the place.
If I was Isaac and Josh, I definitely would have dipped down, get that draft off of Ricketts.
White flag.
Went
This
from there.
This race is going all the way to the finish. Tan's making a move.
Ricketts has been DQ'd.
Jalen's blocking for his life right now. Oh boy. Entering 3 and 4.
We were talking about who's gonna take it. Ooh, will Isaac try to win?
Oh!
No. Is Josh going to win this? Nope.
Oh my god. The 10 got it.
Got it. Barely.
That was a finish.
Dang. That was something right there.
After all this, we are going to go back and watch that because that was amazing. We're going to watch him do a couple burnouts and then that was a really good finish. Mind you, that's the driver that took over for me in the 10. We're going to be bringing the top 3 into the booth. So let's go ahead and start with third place finisher Joshua Grasso.
That was something.
Yes, it was. Let's go ahead and get Joshua up in here in the booth. If he's in.
What's up?
Got him already up here.
All right, Joshua, finished third there. That was one heck of a finish. Talk to us
Thanks,
what it
man.
was like those last few laps, because it's definitely got wild.
Hang on and pray.
uh, very
Got it.
good, very good point. Now, seeing the 10 and the 24 battle like that, I'm assuming you were gonna go for the win no matter what. You saw the opportunity. Did you think you had enough to get around them right there at the line?
I think I pulled out just a tiny bit too early. I'm actually gonna go look at it right now. I think I was just about there. It was pretty close.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think I pulled out just a little bit too early.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close finish. Now, with that being said, do you have anybody you want to shout out, give thanks to?
You guys for broadcasting, Rio for putting on the league. I was racing with NBC with Angel and Barkley and Davey Hendricks. They were really fun to race with. Yeah, I think that's it.
Alrighty. Well, we hope to see you again next week and hope you have another great race. We'll go ahead and let you go.
Amen, thanks.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and bring in the second place driver, Jalen Battle.
Jalen, you got us up here.
Yeah, got you guys.
Alright, Jalen. Well, that was one exciting finish.
I guess it's good for the show, good for the broadcast. Damn it, damn it. Hate to lose it like that after being up front the entire day, but I mean that's how the cookie crumbles at these plate races. Shout out to the tin car. They did. Yeah, he made a great move there. I was happy he raced me clean. Happy to see we didn't just wreck it up coming to the line. But I mean, just overall, solid day for this 24 team. And the guys at Hendrick, I know D48 and the 9 had a few troubles here the last few laps, but the 5-car rallied and got himself a top 10, so that's pretty good for us. We're Hendrick overall, but I mean, yeah, had speed. The car was pretty good. I could kind of get around guys and manipulate the draft pretty well, and stayed up front, stayed out of trouble all day. Got a few lucky breaks there and had a good strategy. Literally put myself in the, I think, best spot and just kind of came up one short at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good race for you up front, majority of the race, like you said, and solid finish. Even though you didn't win, you got second. Solid finish. I mean, is there anybody you want to give a shout out to, give thanks to?
Just everyone all the guys in the Hendrick Discord. Always fun. It was fun chatting with them and getting strategy down and working together all day today. It was great. Shout out to them and shout out to Rhea and her team. I know they got to go back and look at a few things here, but overall they did a good job officiating the race, and hopefully everything with the stages go well. And shout out to you guys. FJ, man, I got to go look at the broadcast, see if you're talking dirty on me. So gotta see look at the broadcast and see how you guys did. But other than that, I mean, just we'll see what we can get next week.
Alrighty, man. We appreciate it. We'll go ahead and let you go hang out with your team.
All right, 10 for guys. Thank you. See you guys next week.
See you next week. All right, let's go ahead and bring up our race winner, Mr. Jonas Gunnarsson.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, so you are the winner of the Daytona 500. One amazing finish. What was going through your mind at the very end of this race?
I think the guys in P1, P2 did an amazing job pushing each other. So I think like I cannot wait until turn 3 or turn 4. I have to make the move after turn 2. And I did to the inside, and they tried to block me. I was like happy with it that they blocked me. That they didn't went 2 together on the outside and stuck together. And then it was just like try to side draft and find a spot before the finish line.
Well, you played that strategy to absolute perfection. Worked out in your favor. You came home with the win. What are you looking forward to most this upcoming racing season?
I don't know really. What do you mean, like the schedule wise, or?
Yeah, like what's your favorite tracks that are coming up? Any your plans, like strategy wise?
Yeah, I haven't checked the schedule. So I don't really know. Sorry.
That's all right. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I've had the privilege of racing with you like I've raced with the other competitors. So welcome to the league. And what's it called? But yeah, is there anybody you want to give thanks to? Give a shout out to?
Yeah, to all the team and to you for letting me have your car this race. Felt good.
Don't let him get a big head like that.
Yeah, the car was good.
I will say I definitely was pulling for you. He definitely was at the end of the race. I kept telling FJ that the 10 was definitely probably the one to watch. And you did not disappoint. So, congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Feels so good now.
Is there anybody you want to shout out or give thanks to?
I'm so bad at names. It was my first time racing in this with this team, but the whole team, everybody who I raced with, thank you. It was fun.
Alrighty. We appreciate you coming to the booth talking with us. We'll go ahead and let you go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And there we have it. Talked to the top 3 of the race. Had a solid finish. I mean, I think that's as good as a finish you can get without wrecking. Like we typically see in official and stuff like that. So amazing finish from the drivers. Let's go ahead and bring up our results for the race. We have
Ooh. Sorry, just looking. Jalen led 100 laps.
100 laps. Man.
And the next closest was 20, which was Brian Chu.
Man, I know that feeling too.
Yeah.
I want to let's go ahead and go through the results here. So Jonas Gunnarsson, I believe I pronounced that correctly, is your race winner. Jalen Battle in the 24 finishing second. Joshua Grasso in the 38 finishing third. Justin A. Barkley in the 50 finishing fourth. Brian Chu in the 54 finishing fifth. Rounding out your top 5, Steven Sear in the 5 finishing 6th. Alex Wegert in the 26 finishing 7th. Taylor Butcher Benjamin in the 22 finishing 8th. Derek D. Cook getting himself a solid finish in the 7, finishing 9th. Blake Lothian in the 14th, finishing 10th. Linus Brostrom in the 30, finishing 11th. Jonas Skoglund in the 96, finishing 12th. Davey Hendricks in the 49, finishing 13th. Brady Shue in the 99, finishing 14th. Casey Tomlinson in the 3, finishing 15th. Mike Hamlin in the 19, finishing 16th. Isaac Wilson in the 43, finishing 17th. Zach Phillips Sr. in the 31, finishing 18th. Next we have Jackson Carr in the 33, finishing 19th. Angel
He's
Hernandez
33.
in the 6th, finishing 20th. Dawson Wise in the 16th, finishing 21st. Jason Ricketts in the 9, finishing 22nd. James Bowles in the 48, finishing 23rd. Joanny Osorio in the 62, finishing 24th. Mark Gonzalez in the 96, finishing 25th. Kiko Garcia in the 44, finishing 26th. Chris Van Maastricht in the 17th, finishing 27th. Fernando Vinales in the 66th, finishing 28th. Next up, we got Eugene Thorne in the 34, finishing 29th. Charles Robertson in the 20, finishing 30th. Michael Hagstrom in the 27, finishing 31st. Bob Wyckoff in the 78, finishing 32nd. Clarence Prince in the 21, finishing 33rd. Austin A. Cook in the 84, finishing 34th. John Hopley in the 23, finishing 35th. Rhea Ferris in the 12, finishing 36th. Christian Delgado in the 79, finishing 37th. Michael Iskandar in the 1, finishing 38th. And finally, we have Matty Moniak in the 4, finishing 40th. Jesus Juan Menendez in the 55, finishing 41st. Joey Maines in the 42, finishing 42nd. Ethan's Wolf in the 77, finishing 43rd. Tristan Rivers in the 41, finishing 44th. Griffin Williams in the 00, finishing 45th. Rodney Roberts in the 8, finishing 46th. Jeff Weimer in the 2, finishing 47th. And Brian Treadwell in the 47, finishing 48th. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to say a huge thank you to y'all showing support, coming out, watching the race. Shout out to Rio and the league for putting on such an amazing event and event weekend, because they do duels and everything. Big shout out to my co-broadcaster here, Thomas Stanley. And I believe that is going to be all for us today. We appreciate everybody coming out, showing support. Thomas, anything you'd like to say?
Hope everyone stretches.
Very good point. But yes, we appreciate everybody coming out. And that is going to be all for us today. We hope to see y'all next weekend.